okay? You'll also see a lot of oversight hearings. My gosh, we saw tons of that in the House this year, right? And looking at the administration and the different areas on and trying to poke holes on what they're doing. We've seen both sides do that at different times through the last 15 years or so. But those are two things, along with blocking executive actions and rolling back executive actions, that happen when you have a divided Congress. If the White House and Senate are controlled by the same party, a large part of the Senate's calendar will likely be taken up by nominations. I think, and Assistant Secretary Nuland, you probably can, they're still trying to nominate people and getting people through the process, and we're coming down to the last couple months. You know, it's a big deal, it's a big process, and you know, if the party that is in the White House controls the Senate, then you know you'll see that stuff. They'll spend a lot of time to make sure they get that done and get those people in place so the administration can start implementing the policy priorities that they ran on during a particular election. Finally, just on this particular slide, there was a Supreme Court case that challenged a previous Supreme Court case called Chevron. And just to make things simple, because it can get a little complicated, the Chevron principle was that the agency had the right and authority to interpret what Congress meant in a particular piece of legislation. The agency did. Well, that got rolled back by this particular Supreme Court. And so the impact that will have on legislation is legislators are going to have to be much more careful what they put on a piece of paper and how they word legislation and how they direct it to be implemented and put together to avoid running afoul with this particular Supreme Court case, which is significant. So, see, I don't know how to use this thing. These are the things that I'm going to cover as we move forward. But there's one slide I missed here, and I don't know where it went. It's back here somewhere. Congress, there'll be a shift in leadership also. All right, we're going to see different leaders. On the Republican side in the Senate, we already know that Mitch McConnell's stepping down. And so who's going to play in that particular role? Well, you have John Thune from South Dakota. You have Cornyn from Texas, and you have Rick Scott for Florida that are actively vying for that position, and one of them is expected to take the reins as the leader of the Republican Party in the Senate. It won't be McConnell. On the Democratic side, there's no talk of replacing Senator Leader Schumer, so it's still expected that he will be there. If the GOP loses, now if we go to the other side of the hill, if the GOP loses seats, okay, on the House side, whether they still have a majority, and the number's 4, there's only a 4-person majority, whether it's 1, 2, 3, 5, or 6, I would expect that the current House leadership on the Republican side is in jeopardy. Will likely change. It's very dynamic over there, and if there's negative, no gains on that side and losses, likely we'll see some kind of change. House majority will need to pass a rules package, okay, that will dictate how that chamber will operate in the next in the next Congress. And there has been a great amount of interest in a bipartisan report that came out not too long ago that presses to limit the gridlock, to try to stop doing nothing, okay, trying to get something done. Return the House to regular order, meaning that a bill is introduced into a committee, it goes through committee review and markup, then it passes the committee, goes to the floor, goes through all its machinations, and then gets approved and sent over to the Senate or to the White House, wherever it goes, that there's regular order. There's been a lot of irregular order, over the last couple Congresses. We've seen appropriations bills that get all lumped up in an omnibus package. We see continuing resolutions that come through. We see certain pieces of legislation that bypass the committees and just go to the floor. Why that's done, again, sometimes there's some really good reasons because there's an emergency, something needs to be getting done really quickly, and it needs just to go to a vote of the entire, all the members of Congress, whether it be House members, or it could be a political thing, all right? So, but there was a bipartisan memo that came out that this group put together that they really kind of want to get back to these principles. We'll just see what happens as we move forward. Again, this is a table of contents, and if you can see it, I made markings. We're going to cover tax, immigration, energy, climate, health, farm bill, and some additional stuff. Now on the right, this is keys. You'll see these little symbols showing up. When I have two donkeys, Democrat-controlled House and Senate. When I have a donkey and a elephant, it's a split. Chambers are split, and two elephants means the Hill's controlled by the Republicans. I don't know if any of you know where the history behind where those symbols came from. Kind of interesting. For the donkey, there's a story back that when Andrew Jackson was president of the United States, and he made a symbol, and it was a donkey because it represents hard work and all this kind of stuff. But a lot of people had joked because a lot of people called Andrew Jackson a jackass, okay? And so it seemed to fit, but later it morphed into something else where specifically with the symbols, with the donkey, it really, it represents hard work, reliability, stubbornness, and to democratic values that support the working class, advocating for social welfare programs, and emphasizing inclusivity. The elephant, for the Republicans, a little history there, it means strength, dignity, and stability, okay? And it typically depicted in red, just like the donkeys in blue. Those are the colors of the party. And for the Republicans, it emphasizes limited government, free market principles, individual freedoms, and strong national defense. That's what the original meaning was for that. But those are what the symbols mean. So the next slide, okay, let's talk about tax. Issues to watch. The expiration of the 2017 tax law has been a big conversation and a big concern, and it will impact all of us in some form or fashion. The details of any kind of a tax deal will always be a sticking point, because there's certain things that don't align, with both parties, and they're going to be throwing rocks at each other, and so we can expect a lot of consternation there. We'll look at it a little more in some detail. Tax changes can be made, without Senate supermajority, meaning 60 votes. Again, they can use one time during the session, they can use a budget reconciliation because it is a tax matter. They could put something together that only needs a majority vote. Some of your key players that we should expect to be on this are the leaders of the committees of jurisdiction are Representative Richard Neal, a Democrat from Massachusetts, Jason Smith, Republican from Missouri. On the Senate side, Mike Crapo, Republican from Idaho, and Ron Wyden, a Democrat from Oregon. Okay, if Harris wins the election, what will this tax battle look like? Okay, so on the far left one, you'll see I've got the two donkeys in the circle there. That's if the Democrats control both the House and the Senate. You can expect to see extended tax cuts for taxpayers under $400,000, an elimination of taxes on tips. You can expect to see child tax credit and other credits for low-income taxpayers get plussed up, get a lot of attention. earned income credit, low-income housing tax credits, things like that. You're likely to see a lot of conversation and work about raising taxes on corporations, capital gains, and high-income taxpayers. The Democratic Party has always been, vocal and criticized some of the stuff in the past about giving rich people and big corporations tax breaks. And also probably see and eliminate the cap on the state and local tax deduction. Right now, that's $10,000. The Dems would like to get rid of that, move it, so it could be more. The Republican Party not too favor of that. If under the Harris administration, the chambers are split, one's Republican and one's Democrat, there could be some deal making, okay? Harris and Congress could agree to business breaks in exchange for other tax priorities, meaning there's kind of a give and take. Okay, if the Dems agree to maybe, continuing to have corporate taxes a little lower, maybe they're more open to some of these other tax credit things and that are designed to help lower income people. The points of friction that you will see in a divided Congress will be around tax breaks for higher income earners, the scope and pay-fors when expanding child tax credits. So the Republican Party is always, well, look, if you're going to give out tax, how are you going to pay for these things? How are you going to pay for all these changes in tax laws? And then you'll also see some friction around IRS initiatives focusing on the corporate tax audits and enforcement. All right. If it's all Republican and the tax world, Republicans could use the expiration of the tax cuts as leverage to get larger policy priorities passed and moving forward. Where the gridlock will be, you're liable to see funding for IRS modernization, the Democrats' 2020 tax bill, climate law being rolled back, anything that the Dems did in anything that gave the IRS more money, it will likely be a source of contention and unfriendly conversations. The GOP, if they control both chambers in the House, likely will continue efforts to claw back some of 2022's laws on energy credits, unpopular with that particular party. Specifically, when we talk about that, it's carbon capture tax credits, clean energy production tax credits, giving incentives for EV vehicles and things like that. They have not been a big fan of much of that stuff for a number of reasons, because they have closer ties to fossil fuel businesses, their government subsidies and mandates that they're not real comfortable with. The environmental and climate policy between the two parties is different, okay, and those touch on that. And finally, cultural and identity politics. Traditionally, these kinds of energy credits and the such, conservation and climate focused also tend to be viewed as being more liberal than conservative. If the Trump administration's in, but the Dems control the House, they would oppose any effort by President Trump to further reduce permanent corporate taxes, okay, and push for increased pay for individual breaks. Gridlock, you'd see a lot of fighting around blocking reductions in overall IRS funding. Dems want to give more money to the IRS. The Republicans haven't been, too warm and fuzzy about that and have tried to claw back some of past IRS funding that has gone through. So you'll see stuff around that. If we have a divided Congress, again, there's a possibility for the White House and Congress that they could, compromise on certain things like the child tax credit or business tax breaks. Again, it's kind of a give and take on what could happen there. Points of friction that will cause, more consternation than not would be around the SALT cap, okay, And then also Republicans could be willing to expand child tax credit or prevent it from dropping back to $1,000 per child. Okay, those are areas that might be points of frictions. And finally, if the Republicans control all 3 points, the White House and both chambers of Congress, you'll see the 2017 tax cuts extended. Those primarily include they include a lot of things, but the big things on that list are lowering the income tax rate for individuals anywhere from 10 to 37%, and increasing the standard deduction, state and local tax deduction limit capped at 10,000, and also lowering corporate tax rate. The 2017 tax law lowered the corporate tax rate from 35 to 21%. So you're liable to see that extended, okay, and not die in the coming months. Immigration. I mean, this is all we hear a lot when we turn on the TV today is talk about immigration. The issues to watch are changes in the volume of border crossings, okay? Federal court rulings on Dreamers and asylum policies, funding fights for immigration enforcement. Key players in that on the House side are going to be Andy Biggs from Arizona, Mark Green from Tennessee, Salazar from Florida. On the Senate side, Jim Lankford from Oklahoma, and Chris Murphy from California. Specifically with overhauling immigration under the Harris administration, if the Democrats win both the House and the Senate, you'll probably see a lot of work towards long-term, solutions and status changes and pathways for Dreamers, farm workers, temporary protected status recipients, folks coming across the border. Now there's divisions in both caucuses, the Democrat and the Republican, from the very progressive portion of the Democratic Party may be opposed to some kind of limitations that would be asked for by the other side when it comes to asylum limits and restrictions. Again, if the Dems control all of Washington, there would be a lot of talk on expanded pathways for legal immigration, increase immigration court funding to address the backlog that exists, and increase funding for community support case management programs. If the two chambers are split, the White House is always going to, under Harris administration, is going to likely push for a wider border security and immigration deal. GOP-led chamber could conduct investigations into the Harris and the Biden administration border security policies. We saw that as an ongoing thing in the 118th Congress. It wouldn't be any different, I think, in the 119th if the chambers are split. The things that will points of friction will be internal pushback from the White House on enforcement actions, asylum restrictions, and crafting a border security and immigration package that would be acceptable to both parties. If Harris is in the White House and you have the Republicans controlling the rest of Washington, you're going to see a lot of oversight effort in the 119th Congress. A lot of hearings, a lot of investigations, a lot of asking for documents, a lot of questioning people, about what both the Biden and Harris administration have done or are doing or want to do with respect to border security. The Republicans certainly would plan to expand ICE detention. Enhanced border infrastructure could lead to funding shutdowns. Okay, they're going to want to do things that their constituent base wants to see them do, which the White House and the other side might not be too friendly on. This does not work. Immigration under the Trump administration. I'll go quicker because the thing is skipping a little bit. The Democrats would likely, try to pass a deal that indicates border security and protections for Dreamers. All right, that's always been a focus of them. Congress will look to block funds for any new border wall if the Dems control both chambers of commerce. And finally, if there, where the gridlock would be is the inability, lacking a veto-proof majority in the Senate would pose an obstacle for any legislation that gets through both chambers of commerce. Okay, if it's a split situation again, Democrat-led chamber could investigate the Trump administration, just like the Republicans in the House have done with the Biden administration, in attempts to restrict immigration protections and processes and draw attention to failures that they seem are noteworthy. Points of friction would be funding asylum programs versus detention and enforcement. It's, the last administration, the Trump administration, was very clear that they didn't think kindly of people coming across the border, and the enforcements were sometimes very extreme. Buildings of walls and moats and things of that, if it were to go to that, seemed extreme by one party and not the other. If the Republicans control the House and the Senate and the White House on immigration, you can expect to see an elimination of DACA. Okay, there would be a heavy restriction on asylum and parole. Okay, making it harder to come into the United States under those particular umbrellas. Probably a re-implementation of Trump's plans for a mass deportation, which would require funding. A renewed effort to enact H.R. 2, which is a House bill to secure the Border Act of 2023, which was a Republican-sponsored bill that overhauls the border security. It resumes construction of the wall. It reinstitutes Trump-era policies like Remain in Mexico program, expand detention, including families, and limit access to asylum. You'd see that. And then the Senate Majority Panel working group, they have there's a handful of senators, okay, that sit on this work group, judiciary work group, that's focused in on this. It's Lindsey Graham, it's Jim Lankford, Tom Tillis, right now Kirsten Sinema, and Chris Murphy. And they get together and lay out certain things that they would want to see happen, with respect to border security. And depending on again, how this all plays out, if the Republicans control all 3 points in Washington, D.C., they could be very strict and hard on immigration. Climate and energy. I had an overview slide here, but this thing skips. Issues to watch: changes in gas and energy prices. We've been subject to that for a long time, and new technology developments and private sector investments. The key players, again, are the head of the relative committees of jurisdiction, Frank Pallone from New Jersey, who very American Indian friendly, and Representative Westerman from Arkansas. On the Senate side, it would be Shelley Moore Caputo, Martin Heinrich, Mike Lee, and Sheldon Whitehouse. And what can we expect there in the Harris administration? Again, if Democrats control all of Washington, D.C., they would do everything they can to protect and expand Biden-era clean energy investments, okay? A lot of those through the Inflation Reduction Act and other places. They would prioritize renewable energy development on federal lands. They would target oil and gas industry emissions and pollution. And they would double down on climate equity and environmental justice. And finally, they elevate land use and water conservation as part of efforts to combat climate change, okay? I mean, look, the whole climate change subject is very sensitive. I mean, I've got 2 parents that live in Fort Myers, Florida, pushing 90, a brother that lives in Fort Myers, another one, sister in Ormond Beach, and all of them for the past month have been under attack by nasty hurricanes and storms that have coming through. I mean, I'm a pilot, have been for 40 years, have my own plane. I've flown 9 supply missions from airports in Washington, D.C., picking up supplies, taking them to North Carolina to airports and where they're then shipped off. And some of the sites that you see down there are horrifying, all definitely because something's changing with climate. Whether it's humans or whether it's just the earth changing, folks, it's changing, okay? And we can believe whatever we want to believe, but we have to address the change, and both parties will find ways to do that. If it's a split Congress, you're going to have increased, again, Republican oversight on the administration and on climate, tax, and health care law that passed in the previous Congresses. Members could seek bipartisan consensus on overhauling the federal permitting process for energy and infrastructure projects. That's an important issue for Indian country, okay? One side wants to fast track that process, get these things, done quicker. Another side wants to be more deliberate and make sure that we check all our boxes and make sure we're not doing anything wrong when damaging our environment and our safe spaces when it comes to energy development. Points of friction would be, the main one I see is the pace of energy transition role from fossil fuels and renewables in the energy economy. As we move away from fossil fuels and more towards other types of renewable energy, the pace of that move will definitely be impacted if we have a split leadership in Washington, D.C. And if Kamala's in the White House and the Republicans control the rest of Washington, D.C., we're likely to see a Republican push, the continued push back on Democratic rules restricting emissions from traditional energy sectors. And again, that goes back to the connections that party has with fossil fuel entities and that entire sector. Where the gridlock will be if the Republicans, if Kamala's in the White House and the Republicans are everywhere else in D.C., congressional Republicans can be set to press for more domestic energy production. We've heard that all the time. We've got more oil in the world than anybody else. That's what we hear all the time from a certain side of the aisle, and they will move on that if they have that particular power in Washington, D.C. And then the GOP likely will try to roll back many of the Biden administration's clean energy tax credits. If Trump comes in, energy and climate, what could we see under his administration if the Democrats control the rest of Washington, D.C.? Well, Democrats are likely to conduct oversight of the Trump energy and climate officials and their policies and potential lack of spending of appropriated funds. Again, they're going to do exactly what the Republicans in the House have done to the next administration. Is they're going to try to poke holes and dig up dirt and do everything they can to marginalize those particular efforts. The gridlock will be, there'll be a full court press by the Dems to protect investments funded in 2022 by Congress under some of the bills that passed, and the funding passed to reject Trump's rules that favor oil and gas and industry priorities. Democrats would want to kind of shut some of that down. That's going to cause a lot of fighting and bickering in Washington, D.C. If the houses are split, again, if they're split, you can always hope to find some common ground, okay? Because there's going to have, hopefully, sooner than later, our parties recognize that there has to be a give and take when it comes to figuring out what the laws are. And so we could see some preservation of clean energy spending taking place maybe in some states that are GOP-led. Points of friction are just going to be appropriations fights, okay, over climate, energy riders, and in spending bills. If Republicans control all of Washington again, you'll see probably an increased oil and gas production in line with Trump's promise to do that, okay? His famous drill baby drill quote, you'll definitely be able to see that if he has a friendly hill. Attempts to repeal clean energy spending some of the stuff that, you know, came through during the Biden administration, 118th Congress and before. They will slash staff over at EPA. They're big fans of EPA, and they'll target all, you know, a lot of environmental justice policies and groups along the way. Health, issues to watch, court rulings, economic changes that could affect health regulations and markets, and public health and medical care infrastructure are probably, you know, I think the main areas to watch. The key players I have there are the members that are the chairman and ranking member of the different committees on both sides, Diane DeGette, Frank Pallone, Bill Cassidy, Crapo, Sanders, and Ron Wyden on the Senate side. What are the big things? Drug pricing will be key issues under the Harris administration. We've heard it through the campaign, you know, promises by Kamala Harris and Governor Walz that ensure contraceptive and birth control remain covered under most insurance. Expand Medicare to cover in-home senior care. Extend seniors' insulin cap and out-of-pocket spending cap for private insurance policies. Cover more drugs under Medicare price negotiations, which current GOP lawmakers are already trying to reverse. And then make permanent Biden-era ACA premium tax credits, and specifically, what are those ACA premium tax credits? Temporarily have increased the subsidies available for individuals purchasing health insurance through ACA marketplaces. Income cap previously set at $400,000 of the federal poverty level, and allow individuals, they would remove that cap and allow more individuals to participate. They would expand tax credits where extended through 2025 by the Inflation Reduction Act. If it's split, a negotiated PBM overhaul is likely. What is PBM? That's Pharmacy Benefit Manager. And these are third-party administrators that manage prescription drug benefits on behalf of health insurers. They negotiate the prices with drug manufacturers, set up a lot of that, and determine which pharmacies patients can use. So it has a direct impact on what we pay for the delivery of health care in pharmacies. So you're liable to see something there. Points of friction will be fights over IVF, abortion access and coverage, which we've heard a lot about, and Medicare site-neutral facility payments, okay, will be a point of friction. What is that? Okay, a medical site-neutral facility refers to a healthcare facility or policy approach that reimburses rates for medical services at the same rate, regardless of what type of facility it is, okay? Whether it's a hospital, whether outpatient department, it will lower costs and align them and make them more consistent. And if the GOP gets in, and both the chambers, the GOP likely will focus on messaging bills designed to force the Harris vetoes. You know, it doesn't, you know, it wants to change a lot of that stuff. Republicans could attempt to overturn the Biden-Harrison health care regulations, and the gridlock would be health care issues could get entangled in larger tax fights. Trump administration, Dems are going to continue to do oversight over the other part, over the Trump administration. There could be possible agreements on drug pricing and PBM legislation if it's split, and then if Mr. Trump comes in, well, he has concepts of a plan to replace health care funding. So I'm going to cut this short because we could go on forever, but there is a lot to think about what could happen depending on who's in the White House. All right, I would expect that both chambers will be split, so a lot of the activity that we've seen, you know, over the course of the last, you know, really 10 years or so, we'll see again, and maybe something will change positive, that will get these folks to understand that it's better to work together on things, make concessions, and come to deals that will help all the American people, especially Indian country. So, OJ, for directions, everybody involved in planning, thanks for having me. It's been an honor to be here, and appreciate all of you. Thank you.
All right, let's eat. There's cold cuts and stuff. I try to have them bring bologna and Kool-Aid, but they wouldn't do it. So you're gonna have to eat like ham and beef and stuff like that. But let's go grab a bite to eat, and then we have the very first U.S. Treasurer, female, native, that's gonna be on next. So let's grab a plate and get ready for entertainment.
I feel that
my generation still does it, you know, and his generation still does it. And we want to start with the Southern making sure this is corrected to the best of their ability.
we didn't get no justice, you know, so, I feel that if the United States government was to let, let him free, that'll do justice for all of Indian country, not just our nation, but for all of Indian country. And that's what needs to happen. Nations need to come together. By doing that, it's be a great start in the healing process.
Back in February of 1974, I was in Atlanta, South Florida. I went, while Leonard Peltier, Dennis Banks, John Belcourt, and Russell Means all came because, we had someone from Pine Ridge that was, they were going to take him and this girl had a baby. And so they were trying to take the baby away, like, just like steal and give the baby away. A lot of us lost relatives and whatnot, just taking our baby.
change, it's time to let her know.
Yep. We're still fighting for Leonard Peltier. I want to throw in a blast from the past. This is from the very, very, very first presidential candidate voter forum that we did in 2019 in Sioux City, Iowa. And I thought it would be pretty entertaining since the video we're playing happens to be running for an office. So I just thought I'd put that in there for your enjoyment and see what she said back in 2019. So I need to get a haircut. So on that, I'd like to introduce Senator Kamala Harris, the presidential candidate, and I hope everybody listens well. Panelists, great questions, and again, thank you for being here.
Am I on? Oh. Hi, it's Kamala Harris, and I'm honored to be a part of the Frank Lumiere Native American Presidential Forum. OJ, thank you for your words. I'm looking forward to our discussion. I only have a few comments to make as we begin. And it is that there's unequivocal support and respect that I have for the sovereignty of Native tribes. And that this is a lifelong commitment. I was raised and grew up always knowing about and feeling very strongly about what we need to do to speak truth about the generations of violence and oppression that have occurred against our Native Americans at the hands of the American government, of the United States government. And there is work we need to do and continue to do that is about not only restoring tribal land, but also acknowledging the historical trauma that has resulted from those many years of violence and frankly, crimes that were committed. These were crimes that ranged from murder and rape to theft in profound proportions. And so I am honored to be with the leaders who are a part of this forum. I thank you for bringing us all together. I'm sorry I am not there in person, but I thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak on your record.
Thank you, Senator. We have two candidates to worry about, one colonialism, but the other is the clock. So we have candidates from here on out, so we're going to move fairly quickly. We'll start again with our elder, Marcelo Lavelle.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here and to be a part of this great movement. And my question today is back home on the Cheyenne Reservation. I believe that there's a pervasive sadness that exists because the medals of honor that were given at Bowling Green, and there was never been a resolution to that. So my question is, do you support the removal of the STAIN Act? That's my question to you.
Yes, I do. And
Melanie Benjamin from the Mille Lacs Band Ojibwe in Minnesota, and say welcome. And also thank you for attending today, and also thank you for meeting with the tribal leaders after the Detroit debate. It was a very nice meeting.
Yes, very helpful for me too, thank you.
So my question is going to be language immersion and cultural-based education. Education has been a pillar of your campaign. Education can be
pause
So
it?
it doesn't matter if we don't enforce it.
Just put it on
and we don't
pause.
audit it to make sure that people are complying with it. But the second piece of this is the laws that apply to ICWA in terms of the rights of the families and the rights of those children are complicated, and not all the judges know it and understand it. And so part of the issue for me is also making sure that in my capacity to appoint members.
If we could finish up eating in the next 5 minutes and come back in here so we can hear what the U.S. Treasurer of the United States, Chief Malerba, has to say. But anyway, if you can finish eating, come on in here in the next 5 minutes. We want to get this started again. Thank you. That means I'm going to be coming in there and herding you.
That we look for people who are familiar with these laws so that we can make sure that when these cases get to a courtroom, that justice actually occurs.
Thank you.
We're gonna have the moderator, and I
All right, can we start having everybody come back in now, please? Otherwise, I'm sending the enforcers. Where's the kids? Yeah, we really need to get back on schedule, so if you can bring your watecha, your plates and everything, you can bring them back in here. But let's go ahead and come back in here so we can get this program started. Thank you.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody. At this time, we have a very special guest with us today, somebody that you are all, I'm quite sure, familiar. She is Indian country famous, but now governmental famous. With us this afternoon is Marilyn or Lynn Malerba. She's Mohican and Pequot. Her native name, I'll let her introduce it, and I apologize, it's Many Hearts. And she has had many formidable roles in her career, from healthcare to also a tribal leader. She also worked in healthcare as a nurse, and she is also a lifetime chief of her tribe, the Mohegan tribe, and most importantly, she's on her money. She's now the Treasurer of the United States, which is incredibly excited. You know, under this current administration, we have never had as much representation as we do now. But I think she'll agree that probably the most important and her probably favorite role is that of her family. She has 2 lovely daughters and a son, Paul, and a husband named Paul. But I think she loves being her grandma the best. I think she's really enjoying that role. But she's an incredible woman and somebody I greatly admire and ascribe to her leadership. And like I said, it's so exciting to have her here today. She's, I don't know, so incredibly busy, but for her to take time out of her busy schedule to be with us in this very important occasion, 18 days before the election. And so we are very happy to have Treasurer Malerba with us this afternoon to share some of her insight and sage advice. So with that said, Chief Malerba.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and I would say thank you, Niton Bach, my friend. So thank you for allowing me to be here today and inviting me to be here today. We kis ginuak natiwi sanksquamatai mutahash wachi Mohikanawak. Good day, everyone. I am Chief Many Hearts Lynn Malerba of the Mohegan Tribe. I'm really honored to join you and join all of the tribal leadership here today. I understand how busy you all are, having been a tribal leader. So I thank you to the entire board of COLT, as well as the other tribal leaders that are here, to O.J. Siemens for always keeping us all on track. I'll get you back on schedule too, trust me on that. I'm from New England, I talk fast. And I also thank the Forest County Potawatomi for hosting us on their beautiful, in their beautiful facility. One thing I'd like to say is how much I've appreciated your partnership and your advocacy on behalf of Indian country throughout my tenure as the Treasurer of the United States. It's so important to me to hear your voices, and we do reflect your voices within Treasury. And I think that's what has made all of the difference for us, because as you have provided us your feedback when we've consulted with you, we have collated that feedback, we've shared it within Treasury, and what we've tried to do is work hard to incorporate your voices into the resulting guidance, guidelines, NPRMs, and policies at Treasury. And it is something that, you know, we don't do alone. And I want to thank all of my fellow political appointees. I know that they're not here, but you know, they give up of their lives, you know, to stay in DC and to do really hard work. So it's my honor to be here today with you all. And I also wanted to thank the children. So if the children are not here at this moment, please give them my thanks for speaking in their language and providing us with such a wonderful opening this morning. When you're working in DC, you need to get out to Indian country. It refreshes my soul. To be able to smudge this morning before we met was so important to me. To hear your native language spoken was so important to me. One of my goals is to do immersion classes when I get home, because Mohegan has not been spoken fluently for over 100 years. Our people were beaten for speaking it, and so the elders didn't teach it to my mother's generation and subsequent generations. So my goal is to be a better speaker. So what I wanted to talk a little bit about is what we've done at Treasury. First, we've institutionalized Treasury's tribal relations. Now that the Office of Tribal and Native Affairs has been stood up, The office has engaged in Treasury policies, programs, and engaged with all of the offices within Treasury impacting tribes. And there are many within Treasury that I didn't even know about. But every time we uncover a new office within Treasury that's working on tribal issues or tribal policies, we make sure that we meet with them. We share what it means to uphold the trust and treaty obligations of the United States and how to treat tribes as sovereigns and to be sovereign partners. That's really important to us, and it's really improved outcomes in guidance, regulation, policy, with customization provided for tribes in recognition of that trust and treaty obligation, also in recognition of the fact that all tribes have very different structures, frameworks, and governments that they engage in and that they operate. And so we need to be mindful of that as we're looking at that. There is no one-size-fits-all within our tribes. We are all very unique. We have a lot of similarities. We surely have shared history, but the way we operate our governments and the way we provide services to our people is unique, and that needs to be respected. The Treasury Tribal Advisory Committee met on the 16th for the third time this year to discuss policy issues with Deputy Secretary Adeyemo, IRS Chief's Counsel, the Office of Tax Policy, and the IRS Commissioner on Tax-Exempt Governmental Entities. We are going to be altering the format of the Treasury Tribal Advisory Committee to allow for tribal commenters to provide their comments earlier on in the meeting, and that's in response to feedback that we've heard from tribes, that they wait till the end, and sometimes we run out of time. And so we want to make sure that we are able to hear the comments that tribes want to share with the leadership at Treasury earlier in the meeting. And we are planning to hold a listening session. The Treasury Tribal Advisory Committee is planning to hold a listening session with tribes to understand what your priorities are for the upcoming year, so that as they go about their work, they are including those priorities in the work that they do. Date to be determined, but please stay tuned to that. We've worked hard to integrate those trust and treaty obligations into tax administration in major ways. We have worked to address tax uncertainty through tribal guidance, including the General Welfare Exclusion Notice of proposed rulemaking. In 2014, Congress enacted the Tribal General Welfare Exclusion Act, which excludes the value of any tribal general welfare benefit from a recipient's gross income for federal income tax purposes. The enact enables tribes to provide these benefits to their citizens to support their well-being, including the restoration of tribal cultures, such as native languages. The act includes two categories of requirements for tribal programs. One is that the program is administered under specific guidelines and does not discriminate in favor of members of the governing body of the tribe. And two, the benefits are provided under the program are available to any tribal member or any other eligible individual who meets the guidelines for the promotion of general welfare, not lavish and extravagant, and not compensation for services. What happened as we've worked through this, now remind you, that act was passed in 2014. It's now 2024, and tribes have been anxious to get the proposed rulemaking out. The Treasury Tribal Advisory Committee established this law established the TTAC to advise on the Act's implementation, consult with the IRS on the training of IRS field agents and tribal financial officers, and advise the Secretary of Treasury on matters relating to taxation of Indians. The Act suspends audits until this training is complete. The proposed rule was published on September 13th, and it was published with the Department of Treasury and the Internal Revenue Service. So that's collectively our department. And the proposed rulemaking implements this act. The proposed rule reflects a historic incorporation for support for tribal self-determination and self-governance in tax regulations. This has been a very important piece of this proposed rulemaking. Initially, the department engaged in a historic level of pre-regulation consultation to develop this proposed rule. It included 3 tribal consultations, numerous meetings with the General Welfare Exclusion Subcommittee on the TTAX, a recommendation, and also the integration of collective feedback that we've heard to support tribal flexibilities. To review this feedback and see how it was utilized, please go onto our website and look at the tribal consultation and federal feedback summary. That's a promise that we made to you, that when we do consultation, we also provide a summary back to you that tells you how we incorporated your comments, and if not, why not. Because sometimes there are statutory limitations that we cannot overcome, and then we want you to know about that so that you can do the work that you need to do to make sure that if there are statutes that need to be changed, you are working to advocate to change those statutes. What we ended up doing, though, if you think about how we've supported tribal leaders in understanding these rules, we have key flexibilities in these regulations, and they're broad flexibilities. Deference is given to tribes. The proposed rule incorporates the Act's provision that ambiguities should be resolved in favor of a tribe by incorporating tribal deference into regulatory provisions. There is a broad definition of eligible individuals. The proposed rule defers to tribes on the definition of an eligible tribal member and recognizes children that are eligible for enrollment. It also defines a tribal program participant as a member's ancestor, descendant, former spouse, widow or widower, or legally recognized domestic partner or former domestic partner as the tribe so chooses. Any use of revenue and no need requirement. This proposed rule provides that GWE benefits under a tribe's program may be funded by any source of revenue or funds, including net gaming revenues. And we are really appreciative of the support that we've received from the Bureau of Indian Affairs on helping us define that and get through that piece of the regulation. This proposed rule does not impose a need requirement. It is not typically a tribal practice to do means testing for their own people. You know, if we're providing services for our people, we're providing services for our people. It allows for uniform payments. This proposed rule recognizes that tribes may use any revenue, including net gaming revenues, to provide eligible benefits, including uniform payments. Tribes are in the best position to determine whether net gaming revenues should be used to fund per capita payments or general welfare payments. And it continues to maintain the audit suspension. The proposed rule confirms that the Act's audit suspension will not be lifted until after final regulations are issued and the Act's required training is completed in consultation with the Treasury Tribal Advisory Committee. So there were key regulatory flexibilities in this proposed rule. One is, program establishment and non-discrimination. 2 is a recognition of tribal law. A program may be established by tribal custom, government practice, or formal action of the tribe under applicable tribal laws. And delegation, when we think about, those applicable tribal laws, a tribe may delegate the authority to establish a GWE program to a designated individual or the tribe's entity. There is no writing required. If a tribe's law does not require formal actions to be in writing, a program does not need to be in writing to be established, because we know that some tribes use oral traditions to establish their laws, and we did not want to preclude those tribes from doing just what they have always done. In terms of non-discrimination, in recognition that some tribes have a governing body that consists of the entire adult membership of the tribe, the proposed rule clarifies that their operation of a general welfare program is compliant with the statutory non-discrimination requirement. When we think about promoting general welfare, it provides deference to the tribe to determine at the time their program is established whether a benefit is for the promotion of general welfare. The IRS doesn't get to decide that for you. You get to decide for yourself. In terms of lavish and extravagant, we are recognizing tribal diversity. The proposed rule recognizes that each tribe is unique, and it applies a facts and circumstances test to evaluate whether a benefit is lavish or extravagant. This test takes into account a tribe's culture, cultural practices, history, geographic area, traditions, resources, and economic conditions or factors. In terms of compliance presumption, a benefit will be presumed not to be lavish or extravagant if it is described in or provided in accordance with the written specified guidelines of the tribe's program. The proposed rule also recognizes that a tribe has the sole discretion to determine whether an item is of cultural significance or whether an activity is a cultural or ceremonial activity, and that the IRS will defer to those determinations. And in terms of the applicability date, the proposed rule applies to taxable years of tribal program participants that begin on or after the final regulation publication in the Federal Register. We will be holding a tribal consultation on this proposed rule on 3 days, November 18th, 19th, and 20th, virtually from 1 to 3 p.m. Please be sure to mark your calendars and participate in this consultation. Your feedback is essential to ensure that Treasury understands the policy implications and incorporates your feedback as the statute allows. This has been a really long journey, beginning with the GWE subcommittee of the TTAC, consulting with Indian Country, developing and sharing the subsequent report with the Office of Tax Policy, the Treasury General Counsel, and the Chief Counsel's Office of the IRS. The Office of the Tribal and Native Affairs has worked diligently with IRS to educate and inform the guidance, but that's only the first step. It's really now up to tribal leaders to provide their specific feedback prior to the finalization of this guidance. We will look forward to not only your verbal comments during consultation, but to your written comments as well. And I truly do want to recognize Fatima Abbas, who is the director of the Office of Tribal and Native Affairs. She has worked diligently. She's amazing. Behind closed doors, I call her my queen because she gets it all done. But she is just amazing in terms of the work that she's done to make sure that this language is the best language we can get out the door. And I will tell you that we have had many sleepless nights over both these proposed rules, but we are really pleased with where we have landed on them. The next really important rule that we wanted to talk about was the tax status of tribal corporations. That guidance has been an urgent priority for us. That's been languishing for 30 years. And to give you just some history on that, states who operate corporations to achieve governmental revenues, those entities have not been taxable. And tribes have been asking for the same consideration from IRS for 30 years. Once that law was passed for states, tribes said, well, we would like to have that same consideration. You know, states can operate golf courses, arenas, hotels for governmental revenue purposes. Tribes are doing the same thing, and we should have equity. And that's exactly what has happened here. We have equity with this policy. So I'm pleased to note that we have had a lot of participation with everyone in Indian Country, including Treasurer Lisa Whitepipe, who participated in the press call announcing this regulation. As a result of federal policy, we know that tribal nations lack the same property, income, and sales tax bases as non-tribal governments. Tribal nations rely on commercial entities to generate governmental revenue and have historically accorded their sovereign privileges and immunities to these entities. Over the past 30 years, tribes have requested confirmation that their wholly owned entities chartered under tribal law, and that's really important. We have the sophistication to charter our own businesses, that they share the same tax status as their tribal government, because tax certainty is critical to tribal economic development. To date, the Internal Revenue Service has confirmed that federally chartered tribal corporations have the same tax status as their owning tribes. Upon passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, the question of tax status of tribally chartered entities became critical as many tribes began projects owned by their tribally chartered entities to seek clean energy tax credits that are available to Indian tribal governments for the first time. And in order to do that, we had to make sure that our entities also were tax exempt, just like tribal governments. So the key highlights in this proposed rule notes that the regulation, it recognizes the unique status of tribal economies. This proposed rule recognizes that pursuant to tribal feedback, tribal economies are unique and they rely on tribal businesses to operate and generate governmental revenue. This rule also recognizes support for tribal sovereignty, sovereign immunity, and self-determination in tax administration. The preamble of this proposed rule confirms the department's recognition, support, and protection of the principles of tribal sovereignty, sovereign immunity, and self-governance that has been repeatedly reaffirmed by the Supreme Court. These commitments reflect the administration's statement of policy in Executive Order 14112. In recognition of tribal self-governance and intertribal trade policies, the proposed rule recognizes that a single tribe or multiple tribes have the right to self-determine their revenue-generating entities and chartering them under their own laws. So if you have a group of tribes that have chartered an entity for the business, for the purpose of doing business, and they are all wholly owned by those tribes, it enjoys the same tax status as each individual tribe. It confirms that tribally chartered entities are not subject to income tax. Tribes do not pay federal income tax. The proposed rule would provide wholly owned tribal entities the federal tax status of their owning tribes. This affords them parity with federally chartered tribal corporations as well. The key regulatory highlights of the tax status of tribally chartered entities clarifies that these entities have their tribe's federal tax status. The proposed rule recognizes that entities that are wholly owned, by one or more tribes, as I noted, and are incorporated under the laws of those tribes that own them would not be recognized as separate entities for federal tax purposes. So tribes that are smaller, tribes that want to do projects together, this is going to be very helpful to them. And I would say that, one of the things that's really very important to me is that there is no imposition of an integral part test. The proposed rules incorporate tribal feedback and do not impose a multi-factor integral part test. And that, I think, is new, and it's different for IRS. Other corporations have to do that. It also, very importantly, provides reliance for years preceding the proposed rules. These proposed rules describe that tribes may rely on these rules for tax years that precede the date of the proposed rule. That's really important. And so I think what's really important about that is while we're waiting for these to become final rules, you can rely on the proposed rules for your businesses. That's really important because as we all know, we're in the middle of an election and it will probably be a while before you see final rules proposed, especially after we go through tribal consultation. There is no imposition of information reporting. These rules do not subject tribal entities to any new reporting requirements. It preserves tribal rights under other federal laws. These proposed rules would address only the application of federal tax law and would not affect the rights of tribes and tribal entities under any other federal law. We know that the tax status of partially owned entities are important to tribes as well, but we wanted to make sure that the wholly owned corporations were addressed. So it does talk throughout these rules that we will conduct separate tribal consultation prior to issuing any additional guidance recording the tax status of partially owned tribal corporations. These rules make it clear that tribes are now eligible. The federally chartered tribal corporations and wholly owned tribal entities may directly register for and claim applicable clean energy tax credits through a payment mechanism known as elective pay. And multi-tribal entities may directly file for elective pay as well. It allows that whether you are a single entity or a multi-tribal entity, you can register for and claim applicable clean energy tax credits via elective pay. As noted, we've talked a little bit about the fact that we've bifurcated this process. I'm sad that we couldn't get them both done, but we knew that if we did them both, it would be a lot longer, so we decided to split it in two so that we could at least get the wholly owned out the door. So lastly, not lastly, but our work on the IRA has led to customization of IRS guidance and on the low-income bonus credit. Already 100 facilities have applied for these tax credits on Indian lands. We're working better to understand the IRS infrastructure, and we've created an IRS work group to achieve a better working relationship between tribes, the Office of Tribal and Native Affairs, and the IRS. I, as a tribal leader, always felt that the IRS was very opaque to us. We didn't understand their processes. We didn't understand who was responsible to who. I didn't know that there was an Office of Chief Counsel that sends out the proposed regs, but then there's the Office of Enforcement, which are the commissioners. And so what we're trying to do is kind of share some of the information that we've received and help everyone understand how the IRS works so that tribes can be more effective when they're dealing with IRS issues. So the stated mission of this small work group is to meet the needs of both Indian tribal governments and the federal government respectively and cooperatively by understanding and addressing tax administration and published legal guidance, related challenges and concerns, but it's guided by respect for Indian tribal self-government and sovereignty. The goals for this initiative are to facilitate mutual understanding, information sharing, and education across Indian country, Treasury, and the IRS. To build trust within and among Indian country, Treasury, and IRS. To improve the tax experience for tribal nations and tribal members. And to enhance internal coordination via an informed and trained IRS. Given that we've just begun meeting, there are no outcomes to report yet, but we will update you as we accomplish our goals. Another important priority for the Office of Tribal and Native Affairs is its work in supporting tribal economies. Our continued effort to assist tribes in their deployment of $30 billion in tribal set-asides and to implement the Executive Order 14112. So there's a few examples that I'd like to share with you. In collaboration with the Office of Management and Budget and Health and Human Services, we completed the post-award customer service pilot project, which is a mouthful, and released a companion report detailing how we've addressed barriers to grant reporting. So specifically, we've developed an offline reporting mechanism for tribes who do not have reliable access to broadband reporting, which is about 20% of Indian country. We've addressed the inability for some tribes to access ID.me and provide an alternative identifying mechanism. We've reduced reporting time in one case by 5 hours. There was one Health and Human Services grant that required over 300 data points to be reported. Well, it's very difficult if you are a very small tribe and you're operating multiple grants to report that number of data points for just one grant. So we're looking at how we can do that better. One major initiative that we uncovered in this initiative is that there's over 100 grant portals that tribes must use throughout federal agencies. This constitutes a barrier for all tribes accessing and reporting on grants, and so we're going to continue to need to work on that. So I think this might be a phase 2 for that project. If colleges can have a common app, I'm not sure why grants can't have a common app as well throughout the federal government. So I think, stay tuned on that. I think it's something that's really important. Following a proposed rule and tribal consultation, Treasury worked with the Office of Capital Access to incorporate the feedback that we received and published FAQs regarding the state-local fiscal recovery fund obligations. We applied the lens of the new EO 14112 to provide tribes certainty and maximum flexibility to support the deployment of these historic funds. The fact sheet provides greater details, but of particular significance, we incorporated deference to tribal governments in determining their units of government, and this deference includes tribal enterprises and Section 17 and Section 3 entities. So I remind you all to check in with your program offices to ensure that all of those funds are obligated by December 2024. Time is short, but if you look at those FAQs, an obligation to one of your entities constitutes an obligation. And I'm not an attorney, and I'm never going to give you advice on what you need to do legally, but I would encourage you to look at those FAQs if you still have funds that are available and you're unsure how best to obligate them. We're pleased to report that the State Small Business Credit Initiative has now reached over $500 million in awards, and the expectation is that these dollars will encourage a total of $5 billion of investment into Indian country. We're very excited about this. One very important fact to note is the approval of a consortium of 125 tribes in Alaska for an award of $83 million. The program, it will be managed collaboratively between tribes and the University of Alaska Anchorage, which is a way to reduce administrative burdens. And so I'm hopeful that that program will be very successful and it can be a model for other programs. As I said, sometimes you're a very small tribe, you have 1 or 2 people that are managing all of these dollars. It makes sense to kind of join together and look at how you can administratively kind of share the burden on some of the work that we're doing. For the IRA Green Energy Tax Credit, we've clarified for tribes who have multiple jurisdictions that they could choose which jurisdiction would be used for prevailing wage, which again reduces administrative burdens. Additionally, we clarified the forced exemption for prevailing wages, which allowed an exemption when tribal government employees are performing the work. We co-hosted a VITA webinar, which is a volunteer income tax webinar, with the IRS and the Indian Tribal Government Office to inform tribes how important this program is to ensure that tribal citizens can access the maximum tax credits available to them. We've seen many examples of additional funds that have flowed into tribal communities via various tax credits, such as the low-income earned tax credit or the child tax credit. One tribal community reported that using the VITA program, their citizens received in aggregate over $200,000 back in tribal tax credits. That's really important. That's money that is in their pockets and is available for them to use. So it's important to note that our work is policy-oriented, and as such, we're focusing on engaging with FinCEN and other Treasury offices to educate them on the unique status and needs of tribal economic development. And this has resulted in more engagements throughout Indian country. We all have a really busy and important year ahead of us, but I cannot stress to you enough how much I personally have appreciated your partnership, your willingness to engage with us, and your feedback. We need to know what's going well. We need to know what's not going well. We need to know how best to serve your tribal communities, because that's what we're here to do. And it's funny because I told everyone before I was appointed treasurer that I wasn't going to work so hard anymore. And when this opportunity came up, I thought, you know, this is something to say yes to. I said yes for all of us. We need to have voices in each and every agency throughout the federal government. So when I was sworn in as chief, and I thought about this today when I saw the kids, I said, you know, I noted that, you know, I am walking on the path of our ancestors, right? So I'm following in their footsteps. And it's our job as tribal leaders and present-day tribal leaders and tribal citizens to leave footprints on the path so that those children can find their way easily. And I am just so very honored to be with you today. The kids reminded me of that, and every time I see our young children and I see their ability to thrive, it's because of the ancestors that came before us that held on. And I just, you know, I hope you have a terrific rest of your meeting. And I would say, I feel very emotional today. I would say, Matawi Wai Ichuokan Chwas Kichi Kiawin. Many blessings upon you all.
All right, we're gonna do an OIT, Old Indian Trick. If we could get Chief Malerba to come back up, I'd like to see Mr. Bryan, the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs. Mr. Lund, can you come up? And where's Wheezy Paw? All right. Somebody go grab him. Force him up here. All right. Lisa, Chairman Renville, Chairman LeBeau, President Hosley, I'm looking at you. Ching, our Vice Chair, come on up. And then, let's see here. This is the only drum I have. It works pretty good, huh?
Still works.
And Madonna. Madonna Fofana. And then as soon as usual, we get organized really fast here. And then,
you up, come on. I did.
hey, yep, it was fast. Mr. Wheezy Paw.
I love this lady that stories. I'm not the cutest.
Barbara, Mrs. Barbara Siemens, Co-Executive Director, 4 Directions, my boss. Lesser, you want them up here or down there? Lesser, you want them up here or down there? Okay, you guys follow your grandpa. Oh, great grandpa. Okay, while I'm waiting for one more person, you know, we've been doing this for a long time, and I can tell you, there are some things I never believed would happen in my lifetime. These leaders here have, in the past 4 years, have changed Indian country like forever. Fought rules that were 150 years old. They were able to change regulations that benefited tribes. This IRS deal, I mean, it's like IRS, we build something, IRS has to send us a check. About time. But it's just so many things. The regulations within the Bureau of Indian Affairs being changed. The IRS regulations being changed. Within DOI, getting federal lands. I mean, co-management. I didn't think I'd see it, but it's here. So with that, what we want to do is what we always do when we have people that have moved our country forward and moved our tribes forward is to honor them. So with that, we're going to do a blessing and an honor song and honoring. So I need you by that little guy. Shannon? Shannon?
Yeah.
I need you here.
Where?
Right there.
Excuse me.
This is special. It really is.
Way hi yo hey ya, way hi yo hello, hey hey yo hey hey, way hi yo hey ya, way hi yo hey ya, way hi yo hello, hey hey yo hey hey. Tu ese checo blichiapo, hey hey yo hey hey. Nita cola que orichielo, hey 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 hey, lichiapo, macasitom niao te tichelo, hey 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 hey, hey hey, way hi yo hey ya, way hi yo hello, hey hey yo hey hey, way hi yo hey ya, way hi yo hey ya, hey ya hello, hey hey yo hey hey. Tu ese checo blichiayo, hey hey no hey hey, nita cola que orichiepelo, hey hey oh hey hey, blichiayo, macasitum nia o te tichelo, hey hey no hey hey. Way hi yo hey ya, way hi yo hello, hey yo hey hey, way hi yo hey ya, way hi yo hey ya, way hi yo hello, hey yo hey hey. Tu ese checo blechiapo, hey hey hey, nita cola que onichiepelo, hey hey hey, blechiapo, macasitum nia o te tichelo, hey hey hey, hey hey no hey hey, hey hi yo hey ha, hey hi hello, hey yo hey hey, hey hi yo hey ya, hey hi yo hey ha, hey hi hello, hey yo hey hey. Tu ese checo blichiapo, hey hey. Nita cola que o te tichelo, hey hey hey, blichiayo, macasitum nia o te tichelo, hey hey. Tu ese checo blichiayo, hey hey. Nita cola que naye one pelo, hey hey hey, blichiapo, macasitum nia o te tichelo, hey hey. And again, thank you very, very, very much for all that you have done. And then, wait, I think,
Chante washte nape chiuzapi, Tatankaskawi machiapi. Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Whitepipe. My Lakota name is White Buffalo Calf Woman. I'm the Vice President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And I'm very honored to be here today, and especially to honor these three individuals who have really served our country, but not only our country, but our tribes too. And I'm really with U.S. Treasurer Malerba. She was in Rosebud the day that she was appointed. And she has, so coming from the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, that really means a lot to us. And she was there with Janet Yellen that day. We found out that afternoon, so it really meant a lot to us. And Brian and Weezy, you guys have contributed to our tribes in so many ways, and I just want to Thank you, Wopila Tonka from the Rosewood Sioux Tribe.
Homidakiape. I can let Chairman Renville go after me. But I'm Ryman LeBeau. I'm the chairman of the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, and I too want to congratulate these three for the work they've done in this administration. We're happy that it is as friendly as it turned out to be. They answer calls, they call people back, they take meetings. So we appreciate the work they did, and we know it's tireless and it's ongoing and don't stop. So we appreciate them and the hard work they do for the Oyate, because it makes a difference in our communities, on our reservations, in the Great Sioux Nation. We appreciate the work you do, and it's refreshing that you stand with us and not against us. So we appreciate all that work. We appreciate it. We thank, and for me personally, I hope you guys can continue in some manner, some form, some way. And I know maybe it's not in the same role, hopefully, maybe, but that would be a thumbs up for me. But going forward, I look forward to however you're gonna continue your work for the people. So Wopila Tonka Chichaplo.
Aumadakiapi, Jay Garrett Renville. I'm the chairman of the Siston Wahpeton Sioux Tribe. And I want to thank each and every one of you for being here to honor these three individuals and all the work that they do for Indian country. And thank you for your continued support and all the work that you do. I'm one of the younger tribal leaders in the Great Plains, so by the time it gets to me, these guys took all the good words that I was going to say. So So I always tend to keep it short, but thank you again from the bottom of my heart, from my nation, on behalf of my nation, for all the work that you do. It was very much appreciated, so thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Holsey. I'm the president of the Stockbridge-Munsee Band of Mohican Indians. Lynn is my relative, so I'm very happy to be here and stand shoulder to shoulder with all of them. And as the chairpersons have expounded, the work that they do is tireless and it's technical in nature. And as OJ had said, we got so much accomplished in the last 4 years, something that felt like insurmountable. And they were ready from day one. But I think the reason being is because they all not only understood the excise and assertion of sovereignty, but they know what the trust and treaty responsibility is, and it's in their heart, and it's in the work they do, and it is expressed in our tribal nations. And I so appreciate the fact that they did it with us, and in concert with us, and they consulted, and they convened, and they did the work. And the things that they've accomplished in the last 4 years, no matter what, it has set foundation to how we navigate Indian country moving forward. And I think we're here today not because of anything else, the accolades that these incredible individuals have put forward, but because we all recognize that it is not about the next election, it's about the next generation and what we collectively do to navigate that system. So the lives that these little ones are gonna navigate are much easier and more straightforward than what we've found them. So Anishik, to all of you, and the incredible work you've done. It is not going on, it has not gone unnoticed. And as Assistant Secretary Newland said, they see us, they hear us, they are us, and that's why we find the success that we have within your leadership. So Anishik.
And if you don't mind waiting here just one more second, we're going to do something else. There's an individual I think a lot of us know that did a lot of things, and basically we thought that what we would do is ask him to come up here. Dell? He had no idea, by the way. Here, sir. And then, Tracy? are the vice chair of the Coalition of Large Tribes.
I just want to say appreciate all of our women that are helped a lot of us men. But I want to recognize Dell, you know, for what he has done. I met him probably somewhere around 2006. I was on the council then, just as a regular council, and then when he was appointed, Dell has actually done a lot, even right here in his younger days as a lawyer, but also, you know, he started right here in Milwaukee, is what I understand, you know, and so he devoted his life, and one of the things that I traveled with him probably the past 10, 12 years off and on, one of the things that I noticed about Dell is, you know, he knows his Crow ways, his language, but also at the same time, he was Deputy Assistant Secretary. Then when I was the president of our tribe, he was appointed the acting Secretary of Interior. And so if you look at Dell's life, he has done a lot for a lot of people in throughout the nation. I say he's like the foundation that's set, because I've seen Wheezy and Dion and others that throughout the years that helped lay that foundation, and Dell was one of the key ones. I don't think he likes to be recognized, but I really think he needs to be, because of what he has done for a lot of us. It seemed like maybe back in February of 1996, I was the president of the tribe, and one of the things, we went into the Department of Interior, and they refused to see us, and they shunned us, you know. And you know, and so that's one of the things that I've noticed, that change once Dell and the rest of the crew that was here. And that's what it's a big honor to finally get that away, and Dell was part of that, because when you travel with him, there's people that know him in DC. Oh yeah, I was his student. You know, some of our people that are appointed in a lot of positions, I was his student. And so you look at that and think, man, that's very powerful, you know. So with that, thank you, Dell. You're like a younger brother to me, Panamia.
We're going to finish the recognition here after we do a prayer song for everyone. Chanum pa waka chana wajielo, hey hey, we chose ane wachielo, hey hey, tunka shila she malayo, hey hey, wera ya, hey hey, hey Chanam pa waka chana
Wajielo, hey, we chose anyone, Wajielo, hey, Tunkashila, Shemalayo, hey. I'd like to say something before Dale walks off the stage. You know, I'm an Oglala Lakota, and I come from a long line of warriors. And at one time, one of our greatest enemies was the Crow people. And back in the pipeline, when I was at the pipeline, I seen something beautiful there. I seen the Lakota and the Crow shake hands, and after hundreds of years, become friends and relatives. And so for me, coming from a long line of warriorhood and medicine people, it's an honor for me to honor my nephew and show him how much love I have for him as a Lakota and respect that I have for him for what he's done for our people. Madakias.
They're talking about students and.
Yeah, I'm one of those former students. It was 20 years ago. I just had a baby and didn't know if I was going to be able to go to law school. And I got a phone call from this guy, said, I'm starting an Indian law program at Michigan State, and heard you were looking at law schools, and Dell recruited me to Michigan State because he had founded the Indian law program there and was the first student that Dell brought in. And I've been Dell's student for 20 years, including this morning with his presentation. You know, this administration with Secretary Holland has been, you know, really recognized for her work and accomplishments. You know, but a lot of that work that she's been able to accomplish for Indian country was really, the foundation for that was really laid by Dell when he served as Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary. So, you know, just a very, very brief story that everybody remembers President Obama you know, recognized and endorsed the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. That didn't happen by accident. At the Department of the Interior in Indian Affairs, there's actually an office, or there was at one point, that had an international affairs person, and the Bush administration had explicitly told him he was not allowed to work on international affairs, even though this was his job. And Dell came in and talked with him. He was really smart and enthusiastic and said, that doesn't make any sense. So, you know, from there, authorized him to start that work, and really Dell oversaw the work that led to President Obama endorsing the UN DRIP for the whole United States. A lot of the stuff we talk about now with co-management, co-stewardship was really done when Dell was Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary. In fact, when I started this job, I went back in my old notes and was looking at a lot of the meetings, and a lot of the things we're doing now, Dell was laying the foundation for that and doing that at the Department of the Interior. Pushing to have land put into trust. There was a time when saying restoring tribal lands or land back for tribes, there's no way you ever could have said something like that as a federal official. You know, Dell made that happen, and since Dell began that work at the Department of the Interior, the department has put almost 1 million acres of land back into trusts for Indian people. Dell started that work. You know, we see, I want to go back just for a second to the UN DRIP. You know, we see Secretary Holland has spoken to the United Nations General Assembly several times on their permanent forum for indigenous people, and she's worn, you know, her traditional clothing there. Again, Dell showed up to the UN in your headdress and your vest at the permanent forum for indigenous people, and and really stunned everybody there that a delegate from the United States of America was an Indian person. Not only an Indian person, but an Indian person proud and representing his people along with the United States. And so all of this work that I talked about this morning was really, you lit the flame for that, Del, and you haven't been recognized appropriately for that. And so I'm really honored as your student, as your continuing student, to be able to be here to join that. And the last thing I want to add, and I know your family is watching online too, is that not only is your work your legacy, but your students and your friends and your family, your students and the people you've taught have served as assistant secretary, as NIGC chair, as tribal chairs, as tribal judges, tribal advocates. So much of Indian country is really reflected in the great things and the good work and leadership is really reflecting what you've put in and what you and your family have sacrificed. And so I want to say, Miigwech, thank you. I love you, my big brother, even though you look younger than me. And I'm just honored to be a part of that legacy that you've left.
One more, you know how we are, we just don't know when to quit. Oh, wow, 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 wow. There we go. Is it running now? Do we have it? Is it working? That's why we have smoke signals. Okay, 1, 2. Hello? Hey, there we go. It figures the one we're honoring is the one that's delaying everything. We're gonna have to let Dell watch it in his bedroom tonight. Every once in a while, lift the blanket up and smoke come out. Okay, is it gonna work? Where we at? So what are we gonna do here? I can tell you what he said. And this is why you practice and test stuff before you actually do it. Hopefully Jen cleared her browser before she.
Interior and Del Lavador, I am so proud of you. I'm Ken Salazar, the Secretary of Interior, and on behalf of everything that Interior has ever done in its modern history, you're the one who led the way. You showed Barack Obama about the importance of First Americans to recognize their history, the pain, the persecution, but also the hope and promise of the future. It's because of what you did, whether it was on restoring lands, to the respect for sovereignty, to consultations. You've left an indelible mark. I just gotta say I'm proud to be your friend. Keep doing the great work that you're doing. The foundation you set is strong. But as you know, First Americans are strong, courageous survivors. There's a lot more to do, and together we can get more done. It's about respect for everyone, respect for their dignity, for their culture, for their history. That's what you've taught us, Del. Muchas gracias. Felicidades. From the city of Mexico, from the nation's capital here in Mexico, the very best to you.
Okay, one final thing. If you all can come this way and walk up here, we need to shake their hand. And that's why you don't like coming to Indian country. Stand for hours, huh? Jeez. Yeah. Okay, what we're gonna do real quick, we have, hey Jeff, what's going on, man? Yeah, you can go now. Get the hell off the stage. Okay, we have another guest that is coming on online. Be careful now. Do I have to get after your mother? My granddaughter? No. Can you let Heidi on? She should be in a Zoom. She's ready to go? How come I don't see her? Yay, I can see her. All right, everybody, I want to introduce you to another hero of Indian country, Heidi Todeschini, who was actually with Auntie Deb when she ran for Congress in New Mexico. She became her senior advisor, and probably 1,000 other titles that I can't remember, but I mean, she's a wonderful, wonderful lady and has really helped Indian country forever and ever. And so with that, I want to introduce you to Heidi Todeschini and let her talk about the broadband and STAC. So Heidi, take her away.
Thank you, OJ. I really appreciate the warm welcome. Heidi Todeschini Inishia. My name is Heidi Todeschini. I'm a member of the Navajo Nation, and I serve as Senior Advisor to the Secretary at the U.S. Department of Interior, and also serve as the Executive Director of the Secretary's Tribal Advisory Committee. I'm really sorry to not be able to be there in person with everybody today, but I appreciate the time to be able to speak. And before I get started, I just wanted to also highlight our leadership at the Interior Department and the privilege it's been to serve with Assistant Secretary Ryan Newland and Deputy Assistant Secretary Weezy Harriet, who are there with you today. Without Ryan and Weezy, there truly wouldn't have been able to accomplish as much as we've done for Indian country, and they're always at the forefront of everything that we do. And so if folks can just give them another round of applause, they've just been wonderful and helpful to Indian country. So thank you. I apologize, I can't hear completely on my end, but appreciate your time on that. I know you heard from Assistant Secretary Newland earlier today regarding the department's progress this administration and our efforts to uplift Indian country moving up to the end of the term. And to help supplement the Interior's highlights that you heard earlier, I've been asked to touch on the recent tribal broadband and spectrum work that we're doing, and then also recent updates to the Secretary's Tribal Advisory Committee. Before I get started on that, I just also want to first reiterate the importance of the native vote as we move into November, especially at a time when it's more important than ever. At the Interior Department, we were able to implement the President Biden's executive order on promoting access to voting and became the first federal agency to work with states to designate the first voter registration agencies under the National Voter Registration Act. We're thankful to the states of New Mexico and Kansas who led the designations of the Interior's two post-secondary tribal institutions at Haskell Indian Nations University and the Southwestern Indian Polytechnic Institute. So voter information and registration opportunities are available to all community members and of course the students at those locations. I raise these designations with you today because, as you know, SIPI and Haskell aren't located in Wisconsin, but I hope you share this information with your family, friends, or others located in either Albuquerque, New Mexico, or Warren that includes 2 appointees from each BIA's 12 regions. And for Wisconsin, which is situated in the BIA's Midwestern region, your STAC leadership is President Whitney Gravel of the Bay Mills Indian Community, who's also the STAC chair, and President John Greendeer of the Ho-Chunk Nation. If there's any issues that tribal leadership here in the audience or others want to raise with them specifically for the Midwest region, feel free to contact President Gravel and Greendeer. They are your STAC representatives, and of course, we're here to listen as well. Most recently, the STAC held its last in-person meeting of 2024 in Washington, D.C. on September 9th and 10th. And as part of this meeting, the STAC spoke directly with Secretary Holland, Assistant Secretary Newland, Weezy, and other DOI leadership from across all the bureaus about their 2025 Indian Country Priorities Plan that highlighted top-line policy and administrative requests moving into next year. The plan is long, it's about 66 pages, but it covers a variety of topics ranging from the federal budget to climate change, environmental issues, land and trust, public safety, and so much more. And I'm happy to send a copy around to anybody here in case you haven't seen it. One short topic that I would like to draw your attention to is the first page of the STAC's 2025 priorities regarding the request for presidential appointments and nominations. There were 4 recommendations that the STAC discussed with DOI and leadership during the last meeting. And those were, the first one was for a presidential appointment of a Native American cabinet secretary. The second one was establishment of a special envoy for Indigenous issues at the State Department to handle international issues in a specific office for them. Number 3 is appointment of a U.S. Associate Attorney General with significant Indian law experience at DOJ. And number 4 was appointment of a Native American Assistant Attorney General for the Environmental and Natural Resources Division at DOJ as well. I share these with you because the STAC highlighted these specific requests throughout the 2-day meeting with our leadership and with DOJ leadership and of course with the White House. And while, as you know, we don't have control over these specific requests, tribal leadership believe that these are 4 short recommendations that are needed to make a lasting change in Indian country for 2025. Again, I serve as the executive director for the STAC, so please feel free to contact me if you have questions about these or you would want me to connect you with the Midwest representatives. And lastly, to touch on the Interior's updates to expand broadband access and spectrum over tribal lands, I hope you've heard that we've recently opened the new BIA Indigenous Connectivity and Technology Division, or ICT, to ensure tribes have federal assistance at the Interior to develop new wireless communications, access to spectrum, develop electric vehicle deployment, and other tech services or assistance on tribal lands. We were really lucky to bring in Danae Wilson over from the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy to serve as the division director, and Kyle Montour to serve as our telecoms attorney from the Solicitor's Office, who are now working in the ICT division. The team is amazing. I highly encourage everybody to contact Director Wilson if you have any questions, get technical assistance or funding implementation that you might have, or just to get to know them. ICT is in constant contact with the FCC, NTIA at the Commerce Department, the White House teams, and can serve as a good point of communication to help address any wireless needs, or if you need to connect with any federal partners for your wireless service on your tribal lands. And I know a majority of the Wisconsin tribes received a part of President Biden's $5 billion of infrastructure project funding to expand high-speed internet services underneath NTIA's Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program. And so they just wanted me to remind folks that as many of you are starting to work through that implementation and distribution of these funds for your projects, I want to emphasize how important it is for us to determine the best permitting process and rights-of-ways reviews so we have successful planning and deployment of the funding. And so in order for this to be successful, the permitting process has to start early in the timeline, and engaging your BIA regional office early in planning can help save you significant time on the background. Tribes here can also use, and across the country, can also use the Federal Infrastructure Permitting Dashboard, FAST-41, to track the authorization process, but please also reach out to the ICT team if you have any questions. Regarding policy development, ICT is also working closely with NTIA and the FCC to review whether Secretary Holland's 2022 Tribal Spectrum MOU can be further expanded so tribes can better access spectrum resources over their lands. As you are aware, before the Biden-Harris administration, tribal nations have been historically left out of national conversations for federal broadband and spectrum planning, which has led to a loss of access to finite spectrum over your lands. Following the president's announcement of the National Spectrum Plan last year, DOI, NTIA, and FCC are now working together for the first time to review the tribal spectrum ownership and economic development opportunities over these limited resources. The purposes of this interagency review is to expand tribal self-determination efforts over spectrum management so tribes can be the drivers of the economic development initiatives in the tech industry and over their resources for the first time at the national level. The ICT division is hoping to provide clarification on spectrum provisions included under the 2022 Interagency Spectrum MOU in the following weeks to better address tribal parity over this scarce resource, and we'll be sure to keep folks updated as things move along. Overall, the new work that the ICT division is leading on is helping to modernize the department where tech and wireless services and electric vehicle deployment have been previously overlooked, and also acknowledge the digital tribal sovereignty at the federal level for the first time. And I know this is a lot, but again, I just really appreciate folks being with us here today and really appreciate the time. So I'll send those documents out and hope to see everybody soon.
Thank you, Heidi. You know, one of the things I want to bring your attention to is when she was talking about the 2.5 broadband spectrum that some of the tribes have. And then at that time, Congresswoman Holland tried to get that spectrum even wider. If your tribe has 2.5 spectrum, you should know that you can use that not only for providing internet services for your people, but you could actually turn around and partner with somebody. You could actually provide your own cell service to your tribal members. That 2.5 spectrum is so, it's called the golden band by all of the big cell companies, AT&T, Comcast. They're all looking for that 2.5. So if your tribe has it, ask them whether or not they're going to use that 2.5 to provide internet service, and whether or not the tribe, because a lot of times what the tribes do is they lease it and they let people put little dishes on their tower. With that 2.5 spectrum, tribes can start their own cell service. That's really powerful what they did. So I think what we'll do is take like a 15-minute break. I have some MMIW pins and some stickers back there. Feel free to go help yourself. They're right at the table where the hand is. Let's take a 15-minute break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about something very, very interesting, and that is going to be the boarding schools. So if you got them, smoke them. Otherwise, 15 minutes. Thank you. That'll be 3:10.
Check one, check two.
We're gonna drop panel. Okay, we are going to, just to let you know on the agenda, we have moved panel 4, every election is local. We're gonna move that into tomorrow, or I'll have to remember when. But right now, we got a very interesting panel. It's called Indian Boarding Schools, Healing and Land Back Initiatives. And so if I could have Vice Chairman Ching King come up, Dal, Lessert, Ellis, and Chairman LeBeau. Brian, you forgot your suitcase. Lessert. Ellis. You're being called upon. You want to moderate this one? I'm terrible at this shit.
I don't know. You got it down.
Ching. If anybody's seen Oglala and Arapaho walking around, can you point him? Oh, they're there. We found him. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay. Do you know about that? Anybody see Chairman LeBeau? Ah, there you are. Figures it's a BIA official holding up a chairman. I am going to actually do two things at once. Dal was supposed to be on a panel, and but the individuals up here know this topic like the back of their hand. So I'm actually going to have Dal be a panel / moderator because this is so hurtful, these memories and the traumatic healing we have to go through, that I wanted to make sure that when we did this presentation, we had the right people to do it. So with that, Mr. Lavador?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Have my glasses and my iPad now so I can make sure not to lose any time. I've been asked just to moderate this panel on federal Indian boarding schools, and I'm just going to share 3 slides with you and a little bit of background, and then we're going to have the panelists just talk about their perspective and experiences and whatever they feel like about this subject, because it's all-encompassing. And I think their experiences and what they've heard and seen with their relatives is really impactful. So I think them sharing their stories, their family stories, the community stories is going to be really important. As many of you know, and I highly recommend the recent documentary that came out, Sugarcane. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that. It's won Sundance Film Festival Awards, and it's about First Nations up in Canada, and it's a very powerful movie, and there are others, and that was one of the reasons I think I was asked to moderate, because I've been up to Canada and met with many First Nations and did workshops with them around behavioral mental health and just the really phenomenal things that are happening up there out of really grave injustices. So many of you may have heard in the news, I think it was a First Nation over in British Columbia, where they had found 200 and some unmarked graves of children at the boarding school that were buried. And that triggered a whole lot of things in policymakers here, and it ultimately led to Secretary Holland and the DOI guys that are here and others who are on the staff started their own independent investigation and a Road to Healing tour to listen around, I think, 10 to 12 sites around Indian country. And they took testimony all day, sometimes 6 to 8, 10 hours at a time. I heard some very emotional reactions around the subject and intergenerational trauma. As a result of them putting resources in, they've got now 2 volumes that have been published. Volume 1 is some 93 million pages of records of federal documents that they have now set aside and preserved. And then the second volume had a series of recommendations, and that's the 3 slides that I'm just going to introduce the subject with. The other thing I was going to mention is that Canada's been through this process for about 20 years now. They've had a national apology. The Pope has visited, apologized. The Prime Minister has apologized. And they've had a series of lawsuits as well, because it isn't just the individual that was harmed, it's a collective harm that happened for many of the missing generations. And so the United States has actually gone in the opposite direction, where the agency with many of the records has went forward even without Congress passing a bill. And that bill is pending in the US Congress. I think it made it through the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, and it's the Truth and Healing Commission. I won't go into the nuances of why they switched the name, because up north it was the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And there's a reason it was reconciliation up there, and that's part of the healing process. But they passed legislation in Parliament up there, and then they had subpoena power to require church records to be handed over to the First Nations. And ultimately, they came up with a report that was released in, I think, 2013 or so, somewhere around there that year. And it had a series of 94 recommendations that they've had. And they spent 5 years touring the country up there and gathering evidence, collecting stories. And Interior has been very proactive on this issue. And they've also, I think, have a contract with the Native American Boarding School Coalition. It's often referred to as NABS, who is a nonprofit that has been working on the legislation, and now they've hired a videographer to start recording those who survived and are near passing to the other side. So a lot of the work is there. We're expecting the bill. Hopefully it'll be pushed over the top and become law so that the commission can start. And then there's a variety of subcommissions in there that's going to do the fact-finding and interviewing and documenting the evidence. So in this, I'm just going to point out three things. You see half of the people in the picture to your right on the screen. We have one of them's a panelist, and the other two, I think, would like to have participated, but for all sorts of reasons, they were unable to. But if you look at volume 2, this is a recommendation at page 103, and one of the things that we thought was important from the Coalition of Large Tribes was that we thought it was important to have Interior start returning the sites of the boarding schools. And there's actually a federal law in 1922 that says when the schools are done with their purpose, the boarding school assimilation, when that was over, the land was supposed to revert back to the tribal community. That hasn't happened in large measure to date, but we thought it was important, and Interior adopted Colt's recommendation to start having those sites returned back to the tribes for their own control and for them to maybe get resources to do their own LIDAR studies and preserve what's there, and then also see what happened and to keep it safely, use it, and start the healing process. Next slide, if I could. Or maybe I have the clicker here. Does it work? And then you have NCAI, who also has a resolution on this, and the executive director was here that you heard from earlier, Mr. Larry Wright. And they've also adopted this recommendation, see in the resolution on section 3 that the lands shall revert back to the tribes. So we have a lot of intertribal coalitions, a lot of Indian country saying that's the right thing to do. And then the third slide, which here that I think Assistant Secretary Newland and Secretary Holland both went to New Zealand and Australia to visit with them about what happened in their boarding schools, because it's happened in other countries as well, the assimilation and taking of children and cutting their hair, not letting them speak the language, and other things that are even more harmful. So it was important that we thought the recommendation should be, we should learn the lessons on how the processes work for others, and if they've found healing, what they've done is that process of healing, and then to work together to really strengthen those bonds about how you heal and bring back the language and the land and everything else. And I'll just end here with one final note that when I went up to Canada, I went up to Ontario, and we had a workshop up there with Algoma University, and it was the site of a former boarding school that was there, and some really amazing things have happened since. So we have a picture of what it would look like if all our recommendations become reality. They preserved the old boarding school, and they created a museum in there, and they have administrative offices to facilitate visitors, keep the records, etc. And then they also then recruited faculty to start a new center connected to the university. And as part of that university, they actually had the building in the shape of a wigwam, a traditional practice where they do ceremony on the campus. And they now institute the language learning for anyone who wants to have access to it. And they have a number of programs, and they grow a lot of their own plants, like the sage, cedar, and sweetgrass, tobacco. And you can, just the sense of visiting there, I just got that feeling of the healing process has really started, and people are bringing their culture back, and they're relearning their ways and regaining, what they had lost through the boarding school. And it was a very emotional visit because of all the stories that are cataloged, on the wall on what happened. And so since they've done that, that might be a roadmap for what happens here next. But the process has started, old wounds are opening up, and I think I will now turn it over to the panel to just talk about their experiences and perspective, and we'll just go down the line. So.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alice Moore, and I'm Northern Arapaho from the Wind River Reservation. I'm pretty much Lakota by marriage as well, and so I'm happy to be here with all of you and to share a little bit of my story. I just wanted to give a quick overview of the boarding schools. You know, they were founded by Richard Pratt back in 1817. And the first boarding school was Carlisle. And he modeled them after a prison system that housed indigenous people. So that gives you a little idea what they were about, right? And they were intended when we weren't annihilated as indigenous people, right? They couldn't kill us off, so what's the next thing to do? They had to brainwash us into this other culture. And Richard Pratt said, you know, he fashioned his statement after a general. The general had said, the only good Indian is a dead Indian. And Richard Pratt said, well, my motto is, kill the Indian, save the man. And so along those lines, you know I'm a product of an institution. My 8 siblings and I, we were in and out of foster homes. And we were, you know, I've gone years in traditional healing, right, to make it to where I'm at today. And normally when I talk about this, I can talk about it with no tears, right? And so my tears are more of thanksgiving and gratitude that I'm here before you and that I'm carrying on our traditional ways. And it's all through the spirituality and the culture and the heritage that's ours. And the work that my half-side and I do, it's not just about Lakota culture. We have other tribes that come to us, and there are people that are healers in their own right, but maybe they've lost it along the way, so they come and they get ceremony, and they learn more about themselves through the Lakota tradition. And it grounds them in their own sense of identity as an indigenous person. So, you know, I notice in 4 directions, they reiterate, we're all one, right? Matakwiyase. And that's something that we need to remember, right? Because the brainwashing says that we're separate from one another. We're different tribes. But before we were colonized, we were intermarrying. We were one people. And we need to remember that. And it's unfortunate on my reservation, we're still pretty colonized and thinking it's the Shoshones and you're Arapaho. And so my prayer today is that we remember we're one, because we draw strength from one another in that way. I know when I was growing up, you know, in the orphanage, that it was like this unspoken language that I was being indoctrinated in, that I was less than, right? Because I had to continually compare myself to my white counterparts, and my models were all white people. So unconsciously, there was that self-hate because I couldn't be them. And I liked to pray even back then. I remember I was raised in a Catholic orphanage, and I would go to church every morning with the nuns. And the other kids used to really hate me because then they were all forced to go to church in the mornings too. But no, they didn't hate me, but, you know, it was like, oh, now I got to go to church. Alice, good for you, you know, now you're making us all go to church. But I found that that was my sense of spirituality, was to pray and to find that balance and that peace. And Del was talking about mental health. Well, there's like this relearning about wellness and not necessarily mental health. Mental means it's in your mind, right? And so what do you think happens to people who've been imprisoned, who've been, you know, experienced genocide, and then their environmental stressors are no parents, no language, no financial resources. And we're told that, you know, you're only good if you're dead. So we're not talking about mental health. We're talking about relearning who we are as Indigenous people. I'm a therapist, and so there's this fine line that I have to walk between diagnosis, right? That's the brainwashing, that we're mentally ill and you have to have a label put on you. But my Indigenous teachings teach me that it's about balance and wellness. It's about integrating all parts of yourself to become whole again. And that includes our language, our spirituality, our social community, right? The connections, Indigenous ways about connections, and remembering those and re-engaging in those, and laughter. We have a lot of lost Indigenous people, even when they're at home. How do we regain that balance? That's another dialogue that this is about. That's like the underlying goal for me, is regaining our balance and our sense of inner sovereignty, of being free. And I know I'm still not free when I come out in the public. I can't show the whole me, because I'm still discriminated against because of the color of my skin and the way I look. I still feel that. I still get it to this day. But I have the strength on knowing who I am in this world, and that's what I think we have to teach our children and the future generations, is remembering who they are. And what is that based upon? It's based upon our spirituality. It's based upon our culture. It's based upon our relationship to Unchimaka, grandmother, to grandfather Sky. All of our relations, it's important we remember that and we pass that on. And when we see our leadership, women leadership, when we see male leadership, we thank them for the work that they're doing. We don't separate ourselves and criticize them. That's the American way, right? Conquer and divide. We see that all the time in the media. So my prayer today is that of unity. And we all have those same kinds of values and beliefs. And I'm really thankful for directions and what Barb and OJ have started in this. Because I notice when I come here, I feel like I'm being welcomed by relations, by my relatives. I meet new brothers and new sisters, new aunties, new grandmas. So Wopila for letting me speak. Mutakuyasi.
Aho, midakia pinehe. Mie wamani omni ska na Lessert Moore. My name, Lakota name is White Whirlwind. My English name is Lessert Moore. And I grew up in a boarding school since I was about 6 years old. The name of the boarding school was Bishop Hare School, and it was in Mission, South Dakota on the Rosebud Reservation. And my grandfather, John Artichoker, he was a Ho-Chunk, a full-blood Ho-Chunk from Wisconsin here. And he was one of the first children in Carlisle Indian School. When he went there, he was 3 years old. When he left Carlisle Indian School, he went to Haskell and he played against Jim Thorpe, and Jim Thorpe thought he was such a good football player, he tried to indoctrinate him into his football team, but my grandfather went to the war. When he came back from the war, he worked at Flandreau Indian School for a while, and then he took a job with the Episcopal Church as the superintendent of Bishop Hare School, which he ran for 60 years. And like I said, I grew up there. My mom and my dad, my real dad was a major alcoholic. He was never at home, and my mom worked for the BIA Indian School, so I never saw her. So I grew up at Bishop Hare School since, like I said, since I was about 6 years old till I was about 12. And then I moved back in with my mom and dad. But one of the things that I learned about boarding school, it took away your spirit. It took away who you were, and it taught you how to be punished and molested and thought that was all right. When we'd get in trouble, Father Lurie, his name, would take us to the church with a toothpaste and toothbrush, lye soap, and we'd have to scrub the church floor. There was a lot of things that go on in boarding schools that we don't mention because we carry that pain and suffering in us. And a lot of us understand that because of the way it is. So what I learned through boarding school was to listen to the older boys. One of the older boys that I listened to, and Don and him and me were his kids. His name was Siebert Youngbear. And he was one of the first teachers that I had as a little boy at boarding school and in Hare School, and he kind of took me as his son while he was there. And he always protected me, but there was different times that you couldn't be protected. So the big boys, they always watched over us little ones and made sure we were protected in that school because there were perpetrators in there. But like Ate Siebert and Burl Labatt and different people like that that came that winter watched over us little boys. So a lot of those things that happened to us, even today, I'm 73 years old. Like I said, I was 6 years old when I went there. Even though a lot of those things that happened there, they're still tucked inside of us because we're still ashamed to share those. And one of the things, like my half-side says, is that the only thing we have to heal with is prayers. So I'm a very spiritual man. And a lot of that spirituality that I use is to get away from the things that happened in the past. Now I don't think about those things anymore, and I'm free and I can walk forward and protect my children. My half-side and myself, we have 18 grandchildren. We have 9 great-grandchildren. We have a huge family. And this is what I've learned from boarding school. If anything happens to my children, then they have to deal with me, and I'm not a pleasant person when I get upset. But that's what I've learned from boarding school, is to protect my grandchildren and my children and all children, because they are special to us. And the priests and the people in boarding school forget how sacred our Indian children were. So that's why we suffer. And the other thing is that in 2 weeks, my half-side and a couple of others of us are going down to Grand Junction to find 100 graves that haven't been discovered since the time that boarding school was torn down. So in 2 weeks, hopefully, we can find some resolution for those 19 tribes that had kids at Grand Junction Boarding School. Madakyasi, Wopila Chicha.
Dakiapi. I'm Raymond Lebeau. I'm the chairman of the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe. And my grandparents were boarding school survivors. My grandpa, Gabe Lebeau, and my grandma, Marcella Lebeau. We got to see her on the video earlier. It's nice to see her again, you know, as she moved on a couple years ago. And they both went through the boarding schools during a time that It was probably one of the worst times to be in the boarding school. Grandpa, he didn't talk about it much. And the same with Grandma, she didn't speak too much about boarding schools. You know, she acknowledged that she was there, and she acknowledged that the damage it done to the people. And for our family, she said that's primarily the reason they didn't teach the language to my dad and my aunties and uncles, fearing that they'll get punished like they did while in the boarding school. And so there's this gap in our family. And growing up, we often got to spend a lot of time at Grandma and Grandpa's house, whether we wanted to or not. The parents would drop us off, and you know, we'd stay there till they show up. And you know, that turns out to be a blessing, because we got to spend a lot of time with the grandparents. And Grandma made it a point with me and my siblings and my cousins to kind of pull us aside and just teach language to us, our Lakota language, and she'd go over words and sentences. And I remember my brother saying things like, well, if we learn Lakota every day, if that's 365 days, and you know, then we should know something, you know, by next year. And so he was doing the math on it. And but going through it all, she the closer she got to, you know, making her journey back home, the more she talked about it. She got into some of the details and kind of letting that trauma out. She probably kept that through her whole life. But you know, again, hanging out with Grandma, you know, I got a house across the street from her, and you know, my kids spent a lot of time with her, go check on her. They used to draw drawings for her, and subsequently we got to hear some of these things that she had to endure. And she talked about hiding from you know, the matrons, and trying to avoid that conflict, because she knew that they would punish her for, you know, from whatever was going on. And she talked about getting hurt, getting injured, and she knew the names of some of those people that treated her bad. So things like that she endured, and having to let that out before she passed on, you know, I think that helped her in her healing. And as a tribal leader today, you know, we see the effects of it, and we know that we all carry that historical trauma in our DNA today, and we all need to deal with that and make ourselves whole again, one way or another. And you know, we heard the elders here talk about the spirituality and using that to give us the healing we need. And if we don't deal with it, you know, the next generation will. And it's not just boarding schools that does this to us, but it's also the loss of land, the broken treaties, the loss of our Buffalo Nation, the loss of our language, our culture, our spirituality, our sacred bundles. You know, there's so many sacred bundles that we had since the beginning of time and of remembrance, and now some of those are gone, you know. So things like that have caused this historical trauma, and again, we need to find that healing in ourselves, in our families, in our communities, and so we don't have to self-medicate with alcohol, with drugs, with violence, with anger. So, you know, moving forward, you know, we have to figure out how to do those things together as one tribe, one nation. But thank you for having me, Wapila.
Chajami Tawas Shungskawakan Umbawashti. I said, my Assiniboine name is Holy White Horse. I'm named after my great-great-great-grandfather, who was a spiritual man, but also he healed. And I come from the No Retreat Group clan, and I just wanted to share that, you know, on my dad's side, King's a government name. It should be Tagai, or first to go to battle or first to kill. And so the government changed our name. So one of the things that I always share is my grandpa Dick King, he ran away from Carlisle probably in 1898 or 89, and he was only 9 or 10 years old. And it's like 1,950 miles. And he couldn't speak English, so he taught himself, him and 3 others, that took him 6 months to get home. And then one young man didn't make it, never knew what happened to him. But they made it all the way home and taught himself English. And so he became the president of the council. He was on a council off and on. Then on my mother's side, my grandma spoke Cree, and she was a healer. And she told me in 1903, I was 5 years old. My dad took us, I and my sister, for a nun to pick us up, took us to the mission school. And there she said she got beat up her mouth because she couldn't speak English, only Cree. And she had a little friend that was there, and they were the nun. Her little friend had lice, and so the nun grabbed them both by the hair and drug them up to the old mission. I think it's like 4 stories, and just drug them. They were 5 years old, and threw them in a closet and kind of left them in there for about a week. And so, you know, this was in her later years. She told us about this, you know, and that was something that really stuck to me. But probably the most thing that some of us that had seen and been part of the sexual abuse of the Catholic Church, you know, that was one of the things that like Lester said, you know, this stuff haunts you forever, and you know it keeps you, you know, sometimes pissed off at things, you know, and you know one of the things that having to watch the priest, you know, when I was 5 years old, sodomize some of my classmates or whatever, and every time I'd go into the church for a funeral or something, I'd be cussing silently, you know, whispering, you know, pissed off. And maybe about 7 years ago, I was a pallbearer for someone, and I seen the priest with the dress or whatever, and there was these altar boys, 4 of them, young guys, and I just lost it, and I was silently cussing while everybody was praying and whispering, you know, the F word, you know, just really, really mad. And then it took me back when I was 5 years old, right in the church where I had to watch that. And so, you know, it gets easier sharing this, but it's something that sticks with you, like every day, and you wake up or something, you see that, in you. And you know, it kept me starting to drink when I was in the 7th grade, I think it was. And then pretty soon you're getting in trouble. Pretty soon you're fighting and, you know, just acting terrible. Pretty soon you're driving, you're speeding, you know, then you wreck, you know. And one of the things that I find is that someone like us that go through that, we're not going to hang ourselves, or we're not going to shoot ourselves or take pills or whatever. We're going to have somebody beat us to death. We're going to have someone shoot us. We're going to have a car wreck us so we could hide all that, you know. So you learn how to shut down, and you don't really care. So you're able to shut down and no fear. And sometimes, you know, I've been in a few shootouts and got shot at when I was a kid, you know. And it's just something that you just really know how to shut down. And it's sad because then I look at a lot of the people that have been in prison or still on the streets or doing things, and I look at them and think, man, you know, I could, that's me, and somehow I survived. The thing, you know, even when I was growing up, they make you go to confession, your first confession. I think I lied my first confession because I couldn't figure why is this guy doing all this and then telling me that I couldn't sin or something. But the terrible thing about it is I come from a lot of war veterans in my family, and a lot of them went and got relatives that went and got relatives in Canada, carry the kettle, that all been part of the abuse in the Catholic Church, you know, and a lot of them died of drinking, you know, drugs, and just couldn't handle that. And so I seen that, and these guys, you know, when the priests and nuns tell you when you're 5 years old, you're gonna go burn in hell or something, you're gonna lie to that person, you're gonna burn in hell. You look at that guy's wife, you're gonna burn in hell. If you kill somebody, you're gonna burn in hell. Then when they go to Vietnam, then they have to destroy their enemy, you know, or go to World War II. You see all that, and then now Iraq, you see all that, thinking, they put all this guilt on us, you know, and so when they have to destroy their enemy, it's just like, I'm going to hell anyway, I just want to stay drunk, whatever. But the ceremonies, I have an adopted brother that passed away a couple of years ago, Jim Miller. He was a combat vet, died from Agent Orange, Vietnam. Spiritual leader that really helped me with what I had gone through, and you know, I went to a lot of ceremonies, still do, but also Sundance. That's what helped me get through this, and it still does, because it doesn't get easy. It really doesn't. I think I had a hard time talking about this. You know, I could talk about everybody else's problems easily, you know, but mine, it's really hard. But I always think about these little ones, you know, and just think when they turned 5 years old a long time ago, they'd be shipped to Carlisle and Flandreau, all over the place. And a lot of them, these young ones are having fun. And I think that's really good medicine for us to think. They have good folks, they have good grandfolks, good aunties that take care of them. You could just see these little ones when they're up here. Makes me proud of them, you know. So I'm just, you know, a guy that's kind of brought up rough and didn't care less about anything, and learned that somehow whatever I say or something may help people heal and say, hey, I've been through that. I could get through this if that guy could. Pinamia.
Thank you. Thank you. Obviously, really powerful remarks when it's their own story and their family's story. Thank you for sharing and being transparent so people can learn about kind of the impact, the generational impact of all of this. A couple of notes. One is the historical trauma that was brought up. There have been a lot of studies about the Holocaust and the multi-generational impact that has. And in those studies, they found that the children and the grandchildren are still expressing some of the things that started with a grandparent and the horrors that they have. And there's been a number of studies as well around mice and rats on if one is subject, say, a smell and then they're hurt, the same smell that the grandchild has, they'll react defensively and try to protect themselves. So it is epigenetic. And then a study as well for folks if they want to look at it. Dr. Bombay in Canada, First Nations at the Harvard School, the public health, the Chan School. They have postings on mental behavioral health in Indian country, and she did a 20-year study, I believe, on the impacts, and what she found was that the children of the survivors and the grandchildren had higher rates of all of the things that you just heard as a result. So it was still living through the family system. Those were a couple things I wanted to share. And then the other one is the model in Canada and First Nations, I cannot probably emphasize enough. They actually they've settled a number of lawsuits, and they provide therapists that go to the community, say, for a week, every month, and then anyone who wants to come in gets to come in and they don't have to pay because they are getting healing as a result of what the government did. And then also if people need additional help or they want privacy, they can go off reserve and go to their office and get this help as needed. And those are the types of things I think are very hopeful, that if we get this legislation, that would be part of the recommendations and then funding so that people can get the resources they need in order to heal from that. And I think that their experience is very helpful for us to see maybe a roadmap where healing is possible in addition to the traditional ceremonial healing. I don't know, were you finishing up the panel? Okay, so I'd like to ask everyone to give a round of applause for our panelists and for them sharing. Thank you all, really appreciate it. Wopila, aho.
Well, I know it's been a long day, and I really appreciate everybody being here. I'm hoping that the information that we're able to provide you is something that will help your tribe moving forward. One of the things that wasn't mentioned is the fact that in that report it identified 3, they call them mental health institutes, I guess. But they had one, and one was in Canton, South Dakota. And these, if you're in a boarding school or a spiritual leader and you had communicated with spirits or whatnot, they would send you to these mental institutes, and they would keep you there. There was no getting out. So what we're talking about here, as far as the Indian boarding schools and the land back, it's not over. And we really need tribes to weigh in on this. We need to have this become law. And and submit recommendations. And as far as the mental institutes, you know, that's something that, although it's addressed, it hasn't really, nothing's been done on it. So that needs to be something that we need to mark for the next administration, is to start highlighting that. We can't let them get away. They all say, oh, rewriting history. Well, they rewrite it all the time, but it's lies. So we can change things with the truth. We're going to end today. We'll start again tomorrow. Breakfast will be here at 8 o'clock. Everybody come down and get a bite to eat and stuff, and we'll start right at 9. Not, but we'll try to. So with that, thank you, everyone. I really appreciate you coming today. I hope you've learned something, and that we can come back tomorrow, and it's going to be another interesting day. Just so you know, we have a couple of candidates. We have one come tomorrow, and then we have on Sunday, we have Senator Schatz from Hawaii that is going to come here and talk about the importance of the native vote. And it's pretty cool. He's coming to actually talk to as a surrogate for Senator Baldwin. But the thing about Senator Schatz is the fact he is the chairman of the Senate Indian Affairs Committee. And a lot of bills that happen go through the Indian Affairs Committee. And so this, you know, these are some of the things we need to bring to his attention when he comes here tomorrow. So with that, Wopila, have a good day, and we'll see you in the morning.